We have a quorum. We will go ahead and get started to call this meeting to order. May we have a roll call vote?
Board Member Trujillo,
Present.
Board Member Graham,
Present.
Vice President Edmiston,
Present.
President Ovalle.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Next, we're moving on to for adoption of the agenda. Dr. Gonzalez, do you have any recommendation for the agenda this evening?
Madam President, we have a couple recommendations for the agenda. One, we would like to move item G2, the monitoring report presentation, because we have all of our families and our teachers here to celebrate the progress that teachers and students are making. The other is to move from the consent agenda, item 11, to an action item, number 7. That is the meet and confer adoption. So we want to wait until after we have executive session to give you the opportunity to vote on that.
Okay, I move that we move the G2 monitoring after C community comments, and also move D11 from the consent agenda to a new item G7. May I have a second?
I second.
Board Member Trujillo,
Aye.
Board Member Graham,
Yes.
President Edmiston.
Yes. Moving on to current event summary. We'll start off with the superintendent's report.
Good evening, our governing board members, Vice President Edmiston. As we move through February, we are continuing to celebrate Black History Month. Within our schools, this is a time to honor the incredible contributions, resilience, and the history of Black Americans in our country. It's not just about looking back at the past, but also recognizing the brilliance and the potential our Black students and staff could have to continue to shape the future of Phoenix Elementary and our country every day. This month, we took the opportunity to celebrate our bus drivers and our bus attendants. We recognize that these are the very first faces and the last faces that our students see each school day, and their attention to our students' safety is paramount. Their dedication and their ability to build positive relationships before the first bell even rings is foundational to the success of our students, and we're proud to celebrate their hard work and the care that they show our students and their families. I'm also thrilled that this evening we are highlighting the remarkable progress that we're seeing in our classrooms. We're seeing above average growth in literacy in many of the classrooms and across our district. This is a testament to the very hard work of our students and their families and the data-driven tireless efforts that our teachers are putting in, and we'll have a monitoring report shortly to share that information. But literacy is foundation to the future academic success, and seeing this kind of momentum is exactly why we want to continue the work that we're doing. Later, we have presentations from Grace Design and from Communications and Strategic Initiatives to talk about part of our transparent and collaborative approach to shaping the district's footprint. Recently, we hosted tours of the Fillmore property for our families and staff to gather direct input from them about the possibility of relocating Herrera School for the Fine and Performing Arts to the Fillmore property. Hearing the insights and the visions of those who would be most impacted is essential to our process, and we're committed to ensuring that any transition serves the best interests of our students' artistic and academic futures. And speaking of hearing from the people who are number one in our district, tonight we have our superintendent student advisory team from Capital who are going to be talking about their work. They've been surveying their peers, and so far they have over 1,300 responses from all of the students across our district in understanding what it means to be belonging and to feel like you belong in a school in our district. So I'm very proud to have Adriana Velasquez, an 8th grade student at Capital, and Romeo Leon, a 7th grade student, and they're going to be sharing some of their work that they've been doing. So I'm going to turn it over now to Adriana.
Hello, my name is Adriana Velasquez. I currently attend Capital School and I am in 8th grade. I have been accepted to Metro Tech High School for next year. So far for me, the biggest highlight of being part of the Superintendent Student Advisory Group has been learning to speak up and voice my opinion.
Hello, my name is Romeo Leon. I currently attend Capital School and I am in 7th grade. One day I hope to attend Franklin Police and Fire Academy High School. So far, for me, the biggest highlight of being part of the Superintendent Student Advisory Group has been how I've been able to help students feel like they belong at Capital.
We are members of the Superintendent Student Advisory Team. Our work as a team provides us with leadership opportunities to improve our schools and the school district. During our last meeting, something that we talked about that sticks out for me is all of the belonging definitions that we got and how everyone had a different definition.
During our last meeting, something that we talked about that sticks out for me is how we were able to define the meaning of belonging.
We talked about what belonging really means. We spent time defining belonging. To me, belonging means everyone is welcome and is able to voice their opinion. I heard from other students that belonging means being able to get along with others and feel welcome.
We went over a theory of action. Since we are focused on belonging, our theory of action is around belonging. Capital wrote, if students feel like they belong at school, then they'll be able to concentrate more, which will help their education and happiness. To me, this means that if we are able to reach our goal of belonging, then students will feel more involved in school. They will be able to speak up for themselves and come to school with a smile on their faces. We are excited for our next retreat on March 5th to hear the other schools' theories of action. We are excited to continue showing our progress to the school board, cabinet, and community at future school board meetings.
Thank you. And we will not be together again before we start our spring holiday, not next Friday, but the following Friday. And so we do want to wish all of you a wonderful, restful, and fun-filled spring holiday in 2 weeks from tomorrow. That concludes our comments.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we will move on to board member reports. Any board member tonight?
I just wanted to say I was able to attend the event at Kenilworth with Treasurer Yee and her mom, a long tenured former teacher. I learned of the district, and in particular in Kenilworth, and we, I think, did that session in one of the rooms she taught in for many years, and I thought that was a very cool event, and I wanted to give some commendation to the staff for putting that on and taking that opportunity to promote the district, Kenilworth in particular, and all the great things going on there. With that platform, a statewide legislature, excuse me, a statewide elected official like the treasurer. I think it's very important. It was cool for the kids to be able to see him participate in that way, and a great platform for the district. So I know a lot of work goes into those things, and just wanted to say thank you. I thought it was a great event.
Good afternoon. I apologize for being a few minutes late this evening. Thank you for joining us, and thank you both for sharing the important, very important work that you're both doing. I just wanted to share that happy Black History Month. I attended another board meeting and the name Dr. Morrison Warren came up, and I was really proud to hear he was our first Black City Council person. And looking into him a little further, I noticed he was a teacher at Dunbar here and a 30-year principal, I believe, at Emerson. So that was just the interwebs telling me all these things, but I was really pleased to hear just that the education part started here in our district, and it felt like I should definitely share that important work. But please have a great break in 2 Fridays from now. And thank you all again for taking time out of your day to be here to celebrate our students.
Okay, we'll move to item C2, item C, community communications. And we do have 2 in-person communications this evening. We have Maria Rodriguez and April Pettit.
Hello, good evening, President. Well, President White is not here, Vice President, board members, superintendent, cabinet, and community. My name is Maria Rodriguez. I'm here as ESPA President. I would like to address that it is with firm commitment to the continued success and stability of our district that I recommend the formal approval of the meet and confer agreement for our 26-27 school year. This agreement is the result of a dedicated good faith collaboration between Phoenix Elementary School District, PECTA, and ESPA. Approval of this agreement is crucial for our support, professional growth, staff retention, demonstrating care for our support staff's family, potential future students, and much more. This agreement is not merely a set of stipulations, it's a foundational document that builds a culture of excellence, shared leadership, and trust. However, also as a mother of one of the students at Herrera, I would like to request the approval for transferring Herrera to the Fillmore property. I have heard wonderful things about feedbacks at the recent site walkthrough that was held for the community. I believe our students deserve a space that supports their learning and growth, as Herrera is our performing arts school. The Fillmore property could help expand our resources and provide the necessary facilities to nurture these arts. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I should know. Good evening, governing board members. On behalf of PECTA, I would like to begin by thanking Dr. Bowman and every member of the Meet and Confer Committee for their time, professionalism, and collaboration throughout this process. We had multiple members working on proposals, researching, and presenting information. This was truly a community effort, and I am proud of the collaborative spirit that guided our work. There are several proposals in the 26-27 professional agreement that we are especially excited to implement next school year. First, the elimination of formal observations for educators with 5 or more years of highly effective teaching. This is a win for both staff and evaluators. It allows us to honor proven excellence while freeing up valuable time and resources to better support educators who may need additional coaching and growth opportunities. Second, the establishment of a bereavement bank. This is crucial support for staff who may not have sufficient PTO hours during one of life's most difficult moments. It reflects compassion and care for our employees and their families. We are also pleased to see the inclusion of a $5,000 hard-to-fill stipend for our critically important school psychologist position. This will help us attract and retain highly qualified professionals in an area that directly impacts student success. Additionally, the longevity stipend for veteran district staff acknowledges the salary compression challenges experienced by certified staff. While it does not solve the issue entirely, it is an important step towards recognizing and valuing the dedication of those who have committed many years to our district. I would also take a moment to thank Cabinet and Curriculum and Instruction Department for supporting our music educators in attending the Arizona Music Educators Conference in Mesa on January 30th and 31st. 12 music educators plus myself attended 2 full days of learning that included 12 session blocks and more than 100 professional development workshops. Targeted content-specific professional development like this is invaluable to us as music educators and directly benefits our students. Finally, I would like to remind anyone watching or here that PECTA and ESPA are hosting a social tomorrow right here in the district office in the PDC. The event is open to all staff, members and non-members alike. We'll be hosting trivia night with some amazing prizes donated by principals and cabinet, including 30 minutes of class coverage for an extra prep period. The event begins at 4 with trivia starting at 4:30. We hope you will join us for food, fun, and community. Thank you for your continued partnership and support.
Thank you. Do we have any online comments tonight?
Yes, we have 7. Our first comment is from Rachel Hinold. To the Phoenix Elementary Governing Board, I am writing in support of the approval of the 2026-2027 professional agreement between Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1 and PECTA and ESPA. This agreement reflects meaningful collaboration and supports staff through improved compensation structures, protected planning time, safety measures, committee representation, and equity across school roles. It demonstrates a shared commitment to student success, staff well-being, and a positive working environment. I respectfully ask the governing board to approve this agreement and continue supporting the collaborative partnership between the district and its educators and support professionals. Thank you for your time and considerations. Sincerely, Rachel Hinold. Our next comment is from Emily O'Neill. To the Phoenix Elementary Governing Board, I am writing in support of the approval of the 2026-2027 professional agreement between Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1 and PECTA and ESPA. This agreement reflects meaningful collaboration and supports staff through improved compensation structures, protected planning time, safety measures, committee representation, and equity across school roles. It demonstrates a shared commitment to student success, staff well-being, and positive working environment. I respectfully ask the governing board to approve this agreement and continue supporting the collaborative partnership between the district and its educators and support professionals. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Emily O'Neill. Our next comment is from Paul Booth. Good evening, governing board members. I'm asking tonight for something simple but critical: a clear long-term strategic plan for this district. Our families, staff, and taxpayers deserve to understand not just the next move, but the 5, 10, and 15-year vision. How many schools are we planning to operate? Where will we invest? Where will we consolidate? And how will those decisions strengthen neighborhood schools while being fiscally responsible? Right now, the proposed move of Sylvester Herrera into the Fillmore property raises serious strategic and financial concerns. Herrera has fewer than 500 students. The Fillmore property can hold nearly 2,000. Moving Herrera there would leave the campus severely underutilized, operating at roughly a quarter of its capacity. That does not make a long-term strategic sense unless there is a broader consolidation plan or a clear, defined strategy to fill that building. If there is such a plan, the community deserves to see it. We just closed Hurd because it was located near another school. Yet this proposal would further consolidate into an area of the district that already has 6 schools within approximately 2 miles, including Edison and Garfield, both of which we are planning to renovate at a cost of more than $40 million combined. That is a significant investment in facilities concentrated in one geographic pocket of the district. At the same time, Herrera was recently renovated. The Fillmore property, on the other hand, would require substantial renovation and ongoing maintenance. It is a much larger, older facility that will inevitably bring higher utility costs and maintenance demands. Without a clear plan for full utilization, this becomes a long-term operational and financial burden. There is also the issue of walkability and transportation. This move would eliminate walkability for many families and increase reliance on busing at a time when districts across the state are struggling to adequately staff bus drivers. Adding transportation strain when we are already facing workforce shortages does not seem prudent. These decisions cannot be made in isolation. Closing one school, renovating others for tens of millions of dollars, and relocating a small student body into a massive facility, all without a transparent long-term facilities and enrollment strategy, creates confusion and erodes trust. We need to see the full picture. What is the enrollment projection? What is the consolidation strategy? How will we ensure buildings are right-sized and sustainable? How will we preserve neighborhood access wherever possible? Before moving Herrera to Fillmore, the community deserves a comprehensive strategic plan that clearly outlines how this move fits into a broader, financially responsible vision for the district. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to the thoughtful, long-term planning on behalf of our students and families. Paul Booth. Our next comment is from Jessica Austin. Good evening, members of the Governing Board. I'm speaking in support of the approval of the 2026-2027 professional agreement between Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1 and Pecton ESPA. This agreement reflects strong collaboration and a shared commitment to our schools. It supports educators and support professionals through improved compensation, protected planning time, enhanced safety measures, and greater equity across roles. These provisions directly contribute to staff well-being and student success. Approving this agreement affirms the district's commitment to partnership, stability, and a positive working environment for everyone who serves our students. I respectfully urge you to vote yes. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Jessica Austin. Our next comment is from Charnel McCrayton. Good afternoon. I wanted to take time to make a comment in appreciation to those that made it possible for some very incredible incentives to be passed, including PECTA, board members, and our superintendent, among others. Those of us who work in schools know just how wonderful it is to have time after a long break to plan intentionally for our students. Rather than trying to plan on what is already a busy week, we can also appreciate how a $5,000 stipend for hard-to-fill positions or a longevity stipend can help our staff, especially with the cost of living the way it is today. I think it is very important for all members at Meet and Confer to hear what those of us in those positions that are affected are feeling and what we think. Be honest, if we want the best educators for our schools, then we need to ensure that we are changing with the times and looking for opportunities to make our sites the best. Thank you for hearing our needs. Sincerely, Charnel McCrayton. Our last comment is from Caitlin Mahoney. To the Phoenix Elementary Governing Board, I am writing in support of the approval of the 2026-2027 professional agreement between Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1 and Pecton ESPA. This agreement reflects meaningful collaboration and supports staff through improved compensation structures, protected planning time, safety measures, committee representation, and equity across school roles. It demonstrates a shared commitment to student success, staff well-being, and a positive working environment. As a staff member, I see how these agreements make a positive difference in site morale. Having a workday after a break before students come back is a lifesaver to being prepared for the quarter. It allows teachers to get their brain back in work mode and gives us time to complete many of the tasks that make teaching easier, but that gets left out because we don't have time during the work week. It gives staff intentional time to look at previous data with a fresh eye and make any tweaks to help fill in gaps without the sense of urgency to get it done because I'm teaching in 15 minutes. As someone who sees 200+ students, the protected staff workday allows me to really look at each individual student's progress and growth to focus on what they need specifically as an individual to succeed. As a music teacher, I also appreciate the commitment to protect special area instructional time. Special area classes are so important to the well-rounded development of all students. Setting up parameters for special area instructional time to be covered over a full year means our students can have more success if or when they change sites. This also allows for greater cohesion and collaboration between sites when students come together for district-wide festival performances. In conclusion, I respectfully ask the Governing Board to approve this agreement and continue supporting the collaborative partnership between the district and its educators and support professionals. Thank you for your time and consideration. Caitlin Mahoney. This concludes our comments.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to item G2 to receive, discuss, and consider approval of the monitoring reports for board goal number 1 and 4.
Madam President, this is the part of our agenda that is always very exciting because we begin this monitoring report by celebrating the students and their families and their teachers who are making outstanding growth. And it's important to note this is for our board goals number 1 and number 4, which are our literacy goals. Number 1 is our 3rd grade literacy goal, and number 4 is our 8th grade literacy goal. But in order to do that work, we are recognizing the impact of students showing growth through 1st grade all the way up through 8th grade. And so tonight we are recognizing the top growth students and the top growth teachers in the entire district. So with this, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Elshire, who's going to read our certificates, and we'll ask our board members to come down to take photos with our outstanding students and our teachers as they're called up. And for our students who are here to celebrate with their teachers, when your teachers are called, if you would like to have family or students come and sit with their teachers for the photographs, we will welcome them to join us as well.
All right. Good evening to our governing board members and to our phenomenal community. It's beautiful to see a full house in here. This is really, really great. So without further ado, I want to we're going to start with students because students come first, as always. And Amy Sagulian from Magnet, if you would come on down. Shaw, Diego Rodriguez, come on down. Congratulations, Diego. Javier Curie from 4th grade at Shaw, come on down. Congratulations. From Herrera, Ava Hodges. Come on down, Ava. Where you at, girl? Where you at? Get in there, get in there. No mas. Get in there, girl. Oh, we're all okay. Yeah, it's a family affair here. Get everybody in there. Yeah, might as well. All right, congratulations. From Edison, Zakaria Kazimi. Come on down. From Garfield, Secret McElroy. Come on down. From Whittier, Jeremiah Ortiz. Come on down. There he is. All right. And at this time, this is where Seth always messes something up. Is there any other scholars, young scholars in here that I did not name? Any other young scholars that we're recognizing this evening that I did not name? If I did, come on back to me in a couple minutes. Okay? All right, we're gonna move on to the teachers. And if you know that I didn't say your name, come back and see me. I will completely apologize. So starting with, okay, here we go. Our teachers are in the house today. All right, Kenilworth. Okay. Stephanie Glassbrenner, come on down. Get in there, brother. Yeah, he's a charmer. I is. Also from Kenilworth, Victor, so come on. Yep, there he is with the flowers. Okay, you didn't mark that. Okay, we're going on to Sean right now. All right, Sean. Let's look at Sean. Miss Chalisa Perez, please come on down. Chelsea, sorry, my bad. Yeah. Also from Sean, Christina Basluto. Faith blamed us. Get in there, mijo. There you go, 2 for 1. There you go. Oh, come on. Bunch of softies. Hard to beat that. All right. And Faith William, please come on down. William. Yeah, I'm trying my best up here. It's Aylshire. It sucks too. Thank you, Miss Willman. Willman. From Whittier, Perla Fuentes, come on down. I'm sorry, who else am I calling? All of them? I'm doing it. Who am I calling? All the way to, okay, y'all roll that way. Okay. Just. Oh, for gosh. All right. From Magnet, Nayely Clark, please come on down. Bringing the whole family. Also from Magnet, Thomas Season, come on down, brother. Makes sense. All right. Moving on to Hurrah, Miss Taylor Flower, come on down. Again. 2-4. Veronica, come on down. And again from Hurrah, Malia, come on down. And we're going to be recognizing Garfield, Miss Emma McEvoy. Come on down. Why don't you do this? Yeah. Yeah, yes. Yeah, here. Here. Where's he from? We actually have one more student who just came in from Bethune. Yair Arias, come on down. There he is. Congratulations. And again, at this time, did I miss any of our phenomenal teachers that are in the room right now? Okay. Thank you all. Congratulations to all of our young scholars and phenomenal teachers. Now let's think about it. Now, next few presentations tonight, but I think you guys get the thing. There's a lot of people in there. Good to have a 5,000.
Do we know how long the executive session is going to take?
It might be long. Because I selfishly, I know these two questions about the film thing, I kind of like spun that up a little bit, but so that's my fault. But then we also, which is a big substantive. So I call it 40, say 45 minutes. It might be longer, I guess. I hate telling people an hour if it's not true, but I don't know, 45 minutes seems. I guess you never know, but. Yeah. Thank you for that.
So, Vice President, we'll go ahead now and provide the celebration of the monitoring that is, you saw the result of the work we've been doing, but now we'll go into the actual presentation. So as we look at Goal 1, Dr. Elshire is going to be presenting for us. But Goal 1 is that we are hoping to have our third grade students with a pass rate on the ELA as per the AASA, which is the state assessment, that they will increase from 25% on August 2023 to 40% by August of 2028. And then goal number 4, our middle years literacy goal, is having the percentage of 8th grade students with a pass rate on ELA per the AASA go from 29% in August of 2023 to 44% by August of 2028. So when we monitor these goals, one of the things that we try to do is really take a look at the progress that we're making in each of these areas. And so you can see the trajectory that we've had over time, looking back from 2022 to where we are currently at 2027. You can see we're making the right trajectory growth. We hit our goal in 2025, and we're working now to get up to 31%. So this is on the AASA. You'll also notice that we break this down so that we can be looking at how do all of our different cohorts of students perform in these goal areas. This helps us specifically target strategies that will help us to support those students with differentiated needs. For Goal 4, we're also showing the same kind of progress monitoring, but unfortunately, in the middle years, we have not yet hit our annual target. Our annual target last year was 35%. We only got to 30%. So that tells us that we need to continually focus on how we are preparing students earlier for the rigor of 8th grade English language arts. And so part of the work that we're going to share tonight is talking about where we are in that and the strategies that we are beginning to employ. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Elshire to give us the breakdown of where we are currently in the 2026 monitoring of this goal.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Good evening, Vice President Edmondson, to our board, to cabinet, and to our phenomenal community, both in person and online. I am again coming to you humbly representing the illustrious Dr. Lloyd, who is on his way to Peru as we speak. So I will do my best to channel his energy and his advocacy. That being said, the first thing I want to do is point out for this particular graph, you will see that we have far exceeded and surpassed our goal for interim goal 1.1 for first grade students in our focus schools of Bethune and in Edison. I want to give a little context of why you see us sort of blowing it out of the water there. This is based on Ames Web Plus. Ames Web Plus is our early childhood screener. Occasionally, our assessments will do what we call like renorming, where they essentially will take the assessment and basically say it is a national average of students, and the assessment will recalibrate itself to say this is what sort of the national average is, and that will skew our numbers a little bit. So previously, the national averages were lower, those then exceeded, and so that as a result bumped up what you see right here. It's a result of that process prior to when we made these goals, and probably gives us some pause of maybe we should take a look at revising these interim goals now that we know that they've recalibrated the assessment in the future. So just take note of that. That being said, we are definitely on track, and we surpassed our goal by 16% from the prior winter for first grade students at both Bethune and at Edison. The African American, as Dr. Gonzalez pointed out, we really like to pay attention to these cohort groups. I want to really pay attention to the African American demographic group, which really improved from fall and was near their winter target. So really great strides being made in those. That being said, we do see some students in some of those cohort groups falling below what we'd want them to do. And we find when Dr. Lloyd went deeper into it, a lot of it goes back to phonics. And we've talked a lot about this, and this is going to be work that we're going to be engaging in readily, both actually as early as next week with some of our principal leadership team meetings, but really looking at how do we better support our teachers in their phonics instruction. And Dr. Coletti will talk a little bit more about that towards the end of this presentation. All right. Moving on to 1.2. Again, you'll see this is the same assessment. So you see that us blowing it out of the water again, which is great. We surpassed our goal by 17% from the prior winter target for that first grade group. Second grade focus schools, Bethune and Edison, performing on track. Again, we surpassed that target, but we want to make sure that we're also noticing that phonemic awareness and phonics skills are areas that when we broke it into these subgroup categories and really looked at where our students are struggling the most and where they need the most support, it goes back to those early phonics. And we want to make sure that we're highlighting that and we're using that data continually as a group to make sure that we are readjusting our professional development plans, how we're preparing our students, and how we're training our teachers to collaborate and look at the data together to really identify some of these low stakes areas that we can really support and have the biggest bang for our buck with our students.
And really quickly, as we're looking at this data, it's important to recognize that Bethune and Edison were selected as our focus schools for the early literacy because prior to this focus, they were performing below our district average. And we thought that if we put resources into really helping our lowest performing schools achieve at a higher level, we would be able to see a gain across the district because we'll be able to learn what's working and supporting them. And we are proud to say that both Bethune and Edison are showing really great gains in this early literacy component. They are also the schools that have been receiving the support from the New Teacher Project, which has been a grant that's helping with the early literacy.
Absolutely. And to that point, as we move into goal 4.1, and we're looking at these schools, again, same issue that with these schools were selected with intentionality. These were schools that have historically struggled in these areas for their sixth grade students and their middle grade students. And so we really want to see what's working well in those schools and then be able to try and replicate when we see that happening. As you will see, again, now with this is iReady. So this is not Ames Web anymore. We've now changed the assessment because we're now looking at middle grades. And so there wasn't that renorming flux that you saw occur in the previous slides. So then you see on here, we have not met our target at this point. We needed to reach 31% to be on target. Currently, we gained 3% from last winter, so we're at 12% in those areas. Again, the cohort groups that we really want to make sure that we're focusing on are our African American, ESS, and EL, who really either remain stagnant or decline from the fall. Skills of comprehending literature improve the most, which is phenomenal. But again, if you notice a theme, phonics, when we really dug into the data, was something that these students struggled with as well. So what we're really seeing is a pattern that whether we're talking about our first grade students, our second grade students, our sixth grade students, and you'll see again in the eighth grade students, it really goes back to those early skills that our students are just really needing a lot of support on, whether they're on target or whether they have moved on to eighth grade. You can't emphasize that enough. Moving on. And then moving on to 4.2. Again, this is looking at seventh grade students in the focus schools of Garfield and Whittier. Again, we are not on target at this point. We needed to get to 22%. We are currently at about 16%. I want to notice, though, that African American, Hispanic, low socioeconomic status, and overall actually did see an improvement from their fall by 5% or more in most of those areas. So we are seeing those cohort groups making it, but it's a really big hill to climb. And so we just need to continue to keep chipping away at it. But there's a lot of successes. And he snuck away on me, but if you noticed, Principal Holmes was in here for a minute. I was almost going to grab him and have him come up here because they're doing some phenomenal work, but I'm going to have him speak to that a little bit in a future time of the incredible work that they're doing over at Whittier to kind of buck some of these trends. And that's definitely a school we want to see it the most. Moving on. All right, now we're breaking a little bit and we want to just kind of provide you with that comparison of how individual schools are performing, just to kind of give you a scenario. As you saw, again, on those interim goals, that's just looking at those specific schools, right? We're just looking at those. And this is now giving you sort of the totality of the state of the district, if you will. Half of our schools improved and met their winter targets, Edison, Emerson, and Herrera. Those are schools that are continuing to need support. The pattern of struggling for decoding and blending sounds continues to be a struggle. So again, going back to those really basic early childhood strategies for fluency are areas that we're going to be focusing on as well. But there's a lot of successes here, especially when you look at schools like Lowell, Magnet, Shaw, Whittier, Capital, all seeing great progress. Moving on to 1.2. Thank you, sir. This is a little bit more dicey. We see the majority of schools did not meet their targets, with below 60% of our students on track with their grade level literacy skills. Again, reading fluency is one of the strongest predictors of success, and that's going to be an area that we continually come back to, because when we dug deeper into the area of this data of where our students were struggling the most, that reading fluency was definitely an area that we need to be focused on, as well as the phonics. Moving on. 4.1. Great successes for some of our schools in here. The majority of our schools actually improved their percentage of students on grade. Herrera, Kenilworth, Magnet, all meeting their targets for 6th grade. Whittier doubled, and this is why he ran away from me when I was trying to grab him for you. I'll get him next time. Whittier doubled their improvement, and we're actually near their target. So they're making great strides through the use of their collaborative CTMs and really monitoring that. We're going to be actually highlighting the work that he is doing for some of our colleagues next week. It's next week in our principal leadership team meeting, because he's really doing a great work, as many of our principals are. Again, the most improvement actually was in the area of informational texts. That's actually a huge celebration. That is actually one of the more difficult areas for our students, is the analysis of expository informational texts. But again, we continue to need to address some of the gaps that are created earlier on that we need to make sure that we're addressing. Moving on to 4. Did you do that already? Glasses. Again, Capital, Herrera, Lowell, Magna, all making their improvement targets. So great gains across the board for many of our schools in that area. We saw more improvement with the Garfield cohort than even in Whittier. So Garfield and our middle school students doing phenomenal work as well. We do still have 4 schools with 15% or less on grade level that we want to make sure that we are supporting and continually coming back to. And 7th grade, as we know, that is an area that we just continually cannot forget enough about. Those are the students that we really want to be focusing on. Those are students, as they get ready for 8th grade, we want to make sure they're set up for success, so that when they go into high school, that the classes that they are taking are going to help them persist, and they're not having to waste precious credit hours on remediations. Those are the things that we really want to be focusing on, supporting those 7th grade babies. All right. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Nicoletti, who's going to highlight, we did a deep dive with our team and with all the principals that were represented here in terms of what was working well. And we'll briefly go into, which we've already kind of highlighted, what needs more attention in the areas that we're going to be focusing on. Dr. Nicoletti.
Thank you. So as you can see from just the number of teachers that we had and were able to celebrate, and our students, there are a lot of great things happening in classrooms across our district. Some of those are, when you walk into classrooms, we do see use of the curriculum that we have adopted for our district. So teachers are using that, they're planning with that, they're working hard to ensure that they are supporting students in accessing grade level content and grade level standards, and moving them along the continuum to grow toward that proficiency. Also, the job embedded coaching. So we have coaches, both foundational literacy coaches and our instructional coaches, and they are working really hard. Something that we know this year, we've seen a lot more focused support for our teachers during their instruction, which can look like co-teaching, co-planning with them. But we've also seen a greater connection among our teachers because our coaches are able to help support them and connect them and increase the collaboration that they may have already had, but I think they're finding ways to bring the best practices to them in even new ways. Targeted 6th and 7th grade teachers are trained in the science of reading and seeing increased student growth. This is something that we have been working toward all year. So our foundational literacy is something that our K-3 teachers are very, very familiar with, but our older grade teachers sometimes are less familiar with because it's not part of those grade level standards. Though we know that our students sometimes need support at those grade levels. And so we've been providing time for our 6th and 7th grade teachers to come and learn through a course called AIMS Pathways, which is really targeted to those skills, but in a way that supports our older grade students. And so they've been coming and participating in that, and we've had a lot of really great feedback from them because they're able to collaborate and learn together and work with our C&I department and our ELA coaches as well. We also have, in fact, I will say one little sidebar. One thing, and because they were here yesterday, actually participating in one of those daily trainings, and one of the topics that came up was vocabulary, and so that was something that we've been working on quite a bit this year too. And the teachers were so excited because they felt like, and they were right, that they knew as much as the consultant who was providing that training. And so they felt really good about the work. And I think that's because of a lot of the collaboration that they've been involved in with planning and with their instruction. Okay. And then finally, dedicated time for teachers to meet and collaborate around student data and instructional planning. That is something that they're continuing to work on. I saw that even this morning at Bethune, the coach working with teachers on fluency and doing some really targeted work around instructional strategies to support that. So some things that we have that need more attention in K-3, we are continuing to provide explicit instruction on decoding skills and some of those foundational literacy practices. That's something that will continue on throughout this upcoming school year, providing monthly targeted professional learning for them. Supporting coaching and consistency with using data from assessments. Dr. Lloyd is regularly working with both our leaders and our coaches as well to help them understand and dig into some of the data so that they can then support teachers with that as well. The third is prioritizing evidence-based instructional strategies to engage students actively reading in text. And that's something that I know Dr. Ailshire had mentioned that is really happening a lot at Whittier. And so we are going to be doing some work with our principals next week around that. And Mr. Holmes will be sharing some of the great strategies that they're employing at Whittier. And then finally, monitoring and supporting academic electives and intervention periods. We have that time during the school day so that we can provide that targeted support for our students at the level of need that they may have. And so we are actively and doing it today, even members of our curriculum instruction department, coaches, our leaders at our sites are really working to actively monitor that to ensure that we are maximizing that time and making the best use of it.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I have a general question, maybe in a specific request. You noted it. I wanted to say, great job on the places where we've seen the gains. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I just wanted to reiterate from my perspective, something we hear a lot and something I obviously see is the continued need to, have something I know you guys all have, which is just like urgency to attack the gains. It's the only way we can, I think, compete, and it's what we owe to these kids now, not long-term goals. And I know you all know that. I just say, I look forward to opportunities to bring us things where we can have like evidence-based requests to provide support where it's needed for those things. I would say for instances like the gains we've seen in some of the younger kids at Whittier, I would love to hear more about that. I'd love to understand ways where you guys are looking for opportunities to take those best practices. I know this is something I bring up all the time, so you're going to hear it again. You can tell me it's silly, but I like finding ways to deploy those wins across the district. I think it's our low-hanging fruit in a resource-constrained environment. And so I appreciate the work. Keep going. We've got a ways to go, and I know we'll get there.
Thank you, Board Member Graham. We agree. This is exactly what we are trying to focus on and finding all of the different ways. And we know that we can't do it alone. It really does involve finding partners like the New Teacher Project, like partners with ADE, bringing in literacy coaches, and a team of people who are really invested in supporting our teachers from the day-to-day operations of how they teach literacy.
Madam President, I have a couple questions. I did hear a lot of the answers to my questions, so I do appreciate that in the presentation. But I also learned during our retreat that it would be, I'd be remiss if I didn't share that my questions were answered, and those were pretty much like asking what we're attributing, decreases or increases to. So I did get all of those answers in our presentation today, so I wanted to thank you for that. And to echo Board Member Graham's comments on best practices getting spread around and shared, my thought was sometimes we have like a newsletter that goes out, sometimes we have our updates on our board meetings, things like that. I wondered if there was like a tool or something that our teachers have access to be able to share those things and what that might look like.
So real briefly, I just want to emphasize we do absolutely do that. We have a weekly newsletter that is done every evening, late sometimes in the evening, by Dr. Galetti and her team that send out all the very best practices links by every department. And we share that, and I'm happy to say that our principals like to highlight those in their own leadership updates at their own school sites.
Thank you very much.
All right, that brings us to item D, consent agenda. Item D, I move that we accept we accept the consent agenda. Can I get a second?
Second.
Board Member Trujillo,
Aye.
Board Member Graham,
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
President Ovalle.
Yes.
So with that, our consent agenda is approved, and the next item is to move into executive session.
Okay, the governing board may convene to executive session pursuant ARS section 38-431.03A5, the purpose of discussions or consultations with designated representatives of the public body in order to consider its position and instruct representatives regarding negotiations with employee organizations and meet and confer recommendations. Did I read the next one right? Yeah. The governing board may convene to an executive section pursuant ARS section 38-431.03A5 for the purpose of discussion or consultations with designated representatives of the public. This one, oh, sorry. The governing board may recess into executive session pursuant ARS section 38-431.03A3 and 7 for the purpose of consultation with attorneys and real estate consultants for the public body to consider its position and instruct its representatives regarding issuing a request for proposal for the development on the Fillmore property. I motion that we adjourn into executive session.
Second.
Board Member Trujillo,
Aye.
Board Member Graham,
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
President Ovalle.
Yes. All right, it is 6:09. We're gonna adjourn. Please hang tight. We'll be back in the next hour or so. Thank you. Dude, you always at my back. Sweet. All right. I move that we resume regular session. It is 7:58. Can I get a second?
This is Carmen. I'll second.
Board Member Trujillo,
Aye.
Board Member Graham,
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
President Ovalle.
Yes. All right, that brings us up to F1, receive and discuss presentation on the renovation of Garfield and Edison from Grace Design. Dr. Gonzalez, take it away.
Thank you, Madam President. And Board Member Trujillo is going to call in to be present for this, so we'll make a note that she'll be telephonic from this point on. But tonight we have representatives from Grace and Chase who are going to be sharing the work that has been going on to redesign the programs at Edison and at Garfield. And so I'm going to turn it over to Saravanan Balal, who is with Grace.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Good evening, board members. Dr. Gonzalez and members of the cabinet and community members who are still here and those watching online. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today to talk about the exciting work that's been ongoing for several months on both Edison and Garfield. My name is Saravanan Bala. I'm a partner, K-12 practice leader with Grace Design Studios. And on the screen are other team members who have been working on the project. And we also have with us James Salazar with Chase Building Team, who is our construction partner on the project. Just a real brief overview, Grace Design Studios. We used to be known by the name Orcutt Winslow in the Valley. We have been in business well over 58 years, and part of our work is the magic of working with communities such as yourselves on amazing K-12 environments that have sometimes, in most cases these days, signature themes that we begin to help realize for our communities. And so our work with you over the past roughly about a year has been along these same lines. As you go through this process of reimagination, we have been working with stakeholder groups with both Edison and Garfield to develop innovative ideas which are really going to be moving the needle for Phoenix Elementary School District and your communities and students. So just a quick agenda as to what I'm going to be covering, and I'm going to be covering this fairly quickly. This is 2 project sites. We'll talk a little bit about the process we've undertaken over the last several months. And this has been a truly community-led process. So we want to just talk through some of that and then provide specific updates on how Edison and Garfield are shaping up. And we also have some high-level rough orders of magnitude costing that have been developed to support these 2 master plans at this point. And then we'll turn it over to some questions. So very quickly, this has been, as I mentioned, a community-led process. We've had multiple engagements with steering committees. We've also had the opportunity to engage your students in various capacities. One of the interesting ways these projects have evolved is to look at these through the lens of learning experiences. And so our engagements with your communities have been about really understanding the idea of a zoo school and a nature and nurture school, and how that can really inform the types of experiences you're beginning to provide or shaping up to provide for your students, and how can we shape the environments to support those types of experiences. So our process with the communities resulted in us developing some memorable goals. And these are guiding posts, principles that allow us to be consistent and responsible with the design as it evolves. So we use these almost as filters or lens through which to view the projects and decisions. And the larger memorable goals for both projects talks about real world hands-on experiences, interdisciplinary studies and ideas, and creating a wonderment ecosystem. And that shakes out differently for a zoo school versus a garden, nature and nurture school. And then ultimately about developing an environment that supports the physical, emotional, and social health of students. Specifically to Edison, these ideas were discussed in the steering committees and the student engagement work, and we developed learning experience ideas around the idea of a zoo school and a nature and nurture school. For specifically Edison, this translated into How do we think about outdoor learning through the lens of the signature programming that you're going to bring on board? How do we think about various habitats, animal habitats, and how can that influence how we imagine the learning spaces? And the idea of empathy and responsibility, and how can we cultivate that through the day-to-day experiences you provide your students? And so these ideas translated into different concepts of how we view the outdoor spaces. And so we're in the process of imagining different habitats as it relates to different zoo habitats that we could begin to implement on campus. And thinking about how the classroom environments that we have, the renovations, how can they be adapted to take advantage of these amazing outdoor spaces that we could bring online? So here's an aerial map of Edison. Here's an aerial view of Edison that, if I can point, I can point, perfect. So here's sort of the site as it stands, looking at Roosevelt and McKinley on the south side and 18th Street. So what we've developed is a phased approach to bring forth these ideas while embedding those thematic elements at both these schools. And I'm going to walk you through how we're approaching the phasing of this process. So at Edison, one of the first steps is to think about how we can create a more cohesive, safe campus experience. So the playgrounds, the play structures are much further away from learning spaces. So part of the first process is to try to create a more identifiable, safe, welcoming student services and administration facility that also serves to bring forth the play structures, the play environments closer to the classroom buildings. And as part of that, one of the challenges on these campuses is a logical parent pickup and drop-off flow, to try to provide a more of a logical flow and adequate parking for athletic use, field use, as well as school use. So that's imagined to be one of the first phases that happens. And here's a zoomed in view, take the lid off view of how we're restacking the programs within the campus. As I mentioned, bringing forth the idea of different habitats in the outdoor spaces. And so here's a view of how we're restacking all of the classroom spaces to take advantage of those outdoor habitats, and also thinking about building flex and literacy spaces that are more embedded, more student-centric, adjacent to learning spaces versus in a traditional school experience, these would be isolated large spaces that students would be walking to. So trying to provide more embedded student-centric learning spaces that are also literacy and flex. And then the rest of the campus amenities that complete the school experience, and thinking about the flavor of a virtual zoo lab and how that interfaces with the center of the campus, and ultimately where the student service spaces exist. On the right of this page is the renovation addition piece that would consolidate all of the student services, the administrative functions, provide an identifiable front door with the parking and access to it, and also thinking about bringing student supports such as interventionists right in the center of campus, so students can be provided those services with ease. And then the existing gymnasium and other student support services, the adult support services, communal focus spaces, which are already on the edge of campus. So it makes good sense to continue with that theme. And what we're also working on is trying to develop vignettes as to how these learning experiences, in this specific case, around animal habitats, can they come alive? So obviously in a renovation environment, trying to provide openness and visibility to the campus courtyards as they bring forth these habitats is a great way to engage with them. So here are some ideas and thought starters on how different spaces within campus can begin to speak to the idea of an outdoor focused facility that provides the level of flexibility and multimodal learning opportunities for students. I'm going fast, and I will continue with Garfield. So as I mentioned, the memorable goals we created at the beginning of the process also translated to the idea of a nature and nurture garden school at Garfield. And here are how we synthesize those ideas. Real world problem-based learning, thinking about culinary exploration, how do we engage with leadership and mentorship, and how do we create some interdisciplinary options for students. And so this has been our guiding post as we think about renovations and additions at Garfield. Similar to Edison, thinking about the outdoor spaces through the same lens of connectivity and adjacency to the indoor academic and non-academic spaces, but through the lens of various gardens that take the form of a reading garden or an edible garden, which Garfield already has a great one, and hydroponics and various types of community hubs. So that's been the angle of approach at Garfield. Now with Garfield, we're presenting a couple of different options. We obviously developed a lot of ideas with community input, but as we evolve those into concrete examples and studies as far as athletics and academic space and student services, it is beginning to present to us a budget number that is beyond what, at this point, what is allocated as a budget for it. So we've developed a couple of options. The option B is a more budget-friendly option that still provides for most of the programming elements that the community helped give shape to, but it's more appropriate in the budget numbers that have been communicated to us. So again, similar to Edison, here's an existing aerial view of Garfield and a zoomed in version look. Here's again Roosevelt and McKinley and 14th Street in this case. Here's the existing facility, the fields. And so part of our approach here, again, is to think about the renovation of the spaces to provide the right types of learning, academic classroom spaces, and also think about how those spaces could begin to connect better with the outdoor spaces that are amazing in those courtyards. Right now, there's just absolutely no visibility. So how do we take advantage of that, but also influence the idea of a nature and nurture-based learning experience around those by placing various garden habitats in those courtyard spaces? And similar to the Edison experience, how do we embed flexible and literacy spaces that are more student-centric, adjacent to where students are, versus considering them in a traditional setting? So just clicking through how we're organizing the spaces in the academic space. And in this specific option, the special needs classrooms are on the far west edge of the campus. This is something that you can see as different in option B, which we'll present in a minute. So part of the phasing approach with Garfield would be doing the renovations, as I just mentioned, but then you have some solar arrays on campus that the lease is expiring at the end of this year. So thinking about some of the phasing through the lens of that, imagining a multi-use gymnasium space on the far north of campus, developing a longer, more safe parent pickup and drop off with more parking for athletic use as well as school use. And once the solar leases expire at the end of the year, remove those solar panels and then begin to create a more centralized student services facility with a remarkably effective athletic complex that allows for you to create lease opportunities potentially, and also embed some additional parking for faculty use on the east side of campus. And so that's, in a nutshell, how this option for Garfield came about. And very quickly, as we began with working with our partners with Chase Building team, the option we saw in this case is presenting a budget number which is beyond our budget at this point. So that quickly allowed us to pivot to discussing a different option, which I'll quickly walk through. Similar to the other option, renovations are fairly similar, going through how we stack programs across campus. The one big difference is, instead of us building a standalone dedicated student services somewhere in this area, as I mentioned in the previous option, in this case, we're considering renovating the existing student services spaces, maybe adding on to it a little bit to save cost. But the rest of the classroom spaces stack very similarly, adjacent to courtyard spaces with themes, in this case related to gardening, and similarly with the common spaces such as literacy and flex. Now, the big difference comes to the phasing of how the rest of the spaces stack. In the previous option, you probably noticed a gymnasium closer to Roosevelt. In this option, we're discussing the ability to bring a gymnasium closer to campus, smaller scale, than what we were considering in the other option. And once that is complete, the rest of the site work can be completed, which would also, similar to option A, provide a larger, more efficient pickup and drop off experience that's safer with plenty of parking for school use, but also for athletics use and other types of community uses. And again, similar to Edison, thinking about how various types of experiences could be brought to bear in a gardening and a nature and nurture-based school. So thinking through some ideas on how that could shake out. So here we are working through different vignettes on how various types of experiences in the classroom spaces could dovetail into outdoor learning spaces in the courtyards. Very fast, I will quickly present where we landed on the overall budget thought process. So here's Edison. The numbers you're seeing on the screen are all project budgets. These are what would be called loaded cost, construction, plus architectural engineering fees, plus permitting, plus furniture and fixtures and equipment. So we're tracking at Edison roughly about 23.7 million. That's project cost. And there's breakdowns and rough durations of what Chase Building team has advised us each one of those scopes might take if they were to be separate. But obviously when they get combined and stacked, there's some efficiencies that would come with that. And here's Garfield. This is the option that I mentioned that came through the community engagement process with a larger multi-purpose gymnasium space, with a standalone student services and athletics and 2 parking lots. We're tracking north of $28 million. So that's project cost once again. And based on this experience, and I mentioned we pivoted to a different option for Garfield, and that is tracking around 18.7 million, which is fairly consistent with the budget that has been allocated to this project. I know that was a fire hose. I just wanted to pause here, and I'm happy to go back to any of the slides and take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you guys for the presentation. Can you, this is kind of double question. Give me a sense, maybe the staff can jump in if necessary, of the process from here through, like what it's going to take to get to construction documents in terms of further community engagement and final testing against a more accurate budget?
Right. So on both these options, I'll speak of Garfield first, which is the one that had a couple of options. On both those options, the first phase is the renovations. So that's what we're getting ready to start this summer. So this construction will be starting this summer. And we've been working with our partners with Chase Building team to identify a sequence of how we would go through the campus. It's almost exactly what was done in the previous phase. So that work will begin this summer. And depending on which option we carry forward, our goal is to complete most renovations by the end of next summer. So that's where we're tracking on Edison. Edison and Garfield, very similar approaches.
And in regard to the question of the community process, we started almost 2 years ago, actually, going out and doing charrettes to talk to our community about what are the types of learning they want to see in our community. We engaged, we did 5 different charrettes across the district. We were facilitated by, at that time, Orca. And when we were doing that, we were talking specifically about what are the kinds of learning expectations and experiences you want to have for your children in our district. What's missing that we're not currently providing? And that helped to create the scope of, we like the garden school, we want to have more career and technical education or hands-on, minds-on sorts of learning experiences that are preparing our students for life beyond elementary school and even life beyond high school. That's where we developed the partnership with the Phoenix Zoo with the idea of creating a zoo school, wrapping the learning intentionally around a high interest topic for students, but embedding all of that learning in a rich environment that makes them think about the zoo and taking care of other environments, learning about habitats, solving problems. Right now, Edison is working on Project Orangutan. So they've learned about orangutans and how intelligent they are and how they have to be mentally stimulated. And so they are working on designing a toy that the orangutan will be able to play with that will keep them mentally interested and also keep their dexterity. So the children are coming up with these solution paths. So it's really creating these opportunities for us to rethink how we provide education, but then also how do we, if this is what education looks like, how do we accommodate that in the kinds of buildings that we have? Other programs that came out of that included the dual language immersion program, the STEM programs, developing more STEM programs, doubling down on fine and performing arts. The things that we heard are that our families really want to see schools that one of the parents used the phrasing, when I drive by the school, I want the school to, I want to know what kind of school it is. I want it to speak to something beautiful. And we've had a lot of comments about our current architecture, not of our historic buildings, but of our more recently remodeled schools. And Garfield and Edison were two of them on the previous bond that we knew we needed to revisit. And so this is that process. So when we think about this going forward, based on that, we recognize we can't just do this in one area. Our next focus area is Lowell and Bethune, to really take them through the same sort of process, not just as a district community, but just like we did here, where we go in and do in-depth, what does the community at Garfield and the community at Edison will do the same. What does it look like at Lowell? What does it look like at Bethune? And how do we help to create those kinds of learning environments for your children there? So those processes were meetings with parents, with students, and with
Community
stakeholders,
members,
community
yeah.
members, yeah. And
Partners.
just taking them all through all aspects of what does this look like and what is most important to you. And that's where we came up with Plan A. But Plan A is, as my mother would say, a champagne appetite, and you have a beer budget.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just forgive me because I have not been involved in the life cycle of these for as long, especially with regard to the contracting structure. So prior to final decision to buy out the rest of the project, will the board have an additional opportunity, or can you just instruct me what the guardrails would be relative to the budget that has been allocated through the bond program for these improvements? Just assuming today that we don't have a final hard budget.
So this is the proposed budget that they're showing you currently. And that budget was approved on the prior bond. So when we went out for bond, this was money allocated through that bond. And so that's why our budget was based on a program that we imagined 3 years ago. Now we're to this point, and that's where we've got that discrepancy in what we want versus what we have.
Understood. I think last just clarification is to the extent that final pricing on buying the job
Yeah.
tests our budget, can you just humor me what the process would be to
So-
to
so-
do what we need to do to
Not really
maintain
the
the
que-
bond?
Yeah, so we're working with this, like it's a target value for us. And so part of our approach has been, once we realize that the community's ask is at 28.6 million, which is not within budget, we pivoted to a value proposition that really focuses on setting buckets of monies for each of the projects, the gymnasium, for example, and the renovations, and understanding that academic space is the priority, starting with the renovations on both these campuses. And so we're working closely with Chase to be able to set these targets and work within those targets. That still allows us to satisfy the needs for a middle school to have a workable gymnasium. And there's various ways to get there, right? So we're just trying to think about what is the most efficient way to address programming needs. So our ask would be at some point down the road, probably April, around the April timeframe, Chase would be bringing a guaranteed maximum price for the first phase. And there would be multiple opportunities to vet through that, but we're sticking to these buckets as target values.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
No other questions? Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. You, of course, yes. All right, that moves us on to F2. Receive and discuss the presentation on Herrera School for the Arts transition to the Fillmore property. Dr. Gonzalez?
Madam President, this evening we'll be hearing from Ms. Sarah Sims and Ms. Nicole Baker, who have been instrumental in helping to work with us to, again, elicit community feedback and to work with our community to understand what their desires and their needs are. So I'll turn it over to them at this point.
Gonna die? It just did. So I'd like permission to present from our seat if we may. Is that okay, Randy? Will you click for us, Mr. Bettis? Thank you so much. I apologize. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. My name is Sarah Sims. I'm the Executive Director of Strategic Initiatives. I have the honor of presenting tonight with my fellow cabinet member, Ms. Nicole Baker. I am before you tonight to begin the discussion about the possibility of relocation of Herrera School for the Arts to the Fillmore property. This proposed move would also require us to begin a conversation regarding a boundary adjustment, which would be necessary if we are to relocate Herrera. The final point of discussion for us is to consider naming the Fillmore campus the Sylvester Herrera School for the Arts. I would like to begin this presentation with explicit clarity to the community. Our intention would be to maintain Herrera's identity as a fine and performing arts school, and this is a relocation only. The school would simply be moving locations. School programming, colors, staff configuration, after-school programming, etc., would all be remaining the same. I would like to begin the presentation by talking about the benefit for students of a move of the current Herrera site to the soon-to-be vacated Fillmore property. Those of you who have visited know that the Fillmore campus is an incredible space for fine and performing arts. The academic classrooms, the wooden floored dance studios, the professional auditorium, and purposely designed band and choral rooms were specifically constructed for fine arts instruction. The property provides us an opportunity to utilize the school facility built in 1992 to enhance a signature program that's already vibrant and successful, but has room to blossom and become even more of a point of pride for Phoenix One. Our goal is to do everything in our power to ensure that students have access to the best facilities and programming we can provide them. We feel strongly it's in our best financial interest to move students from Herrera to the Fillmore property. The underground design of Herrera School building has created issues. The Fillmore campus offers over 170,000 square feet of learning space, more than enough space for all of Herrera to be housed comfortably. This large property would allow for us to move some of our specialized ESS programming to the Fillmore campus as well. It is our responsibility to allow students with IEPs experiences with their peers. Housing these programs together with the K-8 program will allow these shared experiences. We will speak more about a timeline in a little bit, but should we choose to move Herrera to Fillmore, the ESS moves would come one school year after Herrera is relocated and settled in their new home.
One thing we really wanted to make sure we did was to have community feedback throughout the process from both our staff and our families. And we did that through a few ways. So we held meetings, we've hosted tours, so we can see what people were thinking, what the questions were. So when we talked to staff, the questions really centered around safety. What does safety already look like? How does it compare to what we have? Is the campus ready? What needs to happen for the campus to be ready? Will we be able to maintain our same staffing levels and supports? Will we be able to keep our school identity? And then what will that transition timeline look like? What will the logistics look like? When do I start packing up my room to move? So they really wanted to know, what does this move look like for us? But the biggest feedback that we got from staff was they wanted to maintain their leadership.
They wanted to make sure that they kept the focus on fine and performing arts, and they wanted to make sure that all the supportive students that they currently have for students would stay. And so overall, when we think about timeline, the sentiment from the staff was that if the school will move, they prefer for the school to move sooner than later if a relocation is approved by the board. So then when we look at family feedback, it was very similar. What will safety look like? What will access to campus look like? We got a lot of questions about, will we still be able to have the same transportation that we have now? If we're riding a bus, can we continue to get a bus? What will dismissal look like? I've driven by there, I've seen lines. Will we have those same lines? Will I be in pickup for 30 minutes? We also got questions about, again, will the school remain the same, have the same name? Will it have the same culture? Will we still have our after-school programming? Will we still get all of our specials that we normally get? And then similar questions about staff continuity, class sizes, and then what is the impact of having our same amount of students on a larger campus? So overall, family emphasized the desire to keep their teachers, keep their leadership, and also keep all of the same programs that they currently have. And they asked for clear communication. Whenever there's a decision made, they want to see the timeline. They want to know exactly what we're doing at what point. And so overall, just like the staff, the family preferred, if there will be a relocation, to make that happen sooner than later. And then we also want to make sure we include student feedback. So we are working with our FACE and our social work team and our student leaders at Herrera to make sure we're receiving continuous feedback. And so that's something that we commit to through the whole process, is making sure we have student voice throughout the entire planning process. And so we've already answered some of these questions, but to reiterate, we do plan on maintaining the name, keeping the mission, and absolutely in that building, keeping the fine and performing arts focus. We do know that a lot of our families who are currently at Herrera are out of district students. And so we had a lot of questions about, will open enrollment continue? And the answer is yes. We also got questions about, currently there are high school students on that campus. Is it our intention? Do we have plans to have high schoolers on campus? And at this time, no, we have no plans to have high schoolers on that campus. We also intend to maintain the leadership and staff continuity. One thing we told both groups as we were discussing and having meetings is students go, teachers go, admin goes, right? Everyone goes together. It's a relocation. It's not a consolidation. Everybody goes. So you'll still be able to keep that staff, keep those supportive services as you make the move. Which also is in line with the next bullet, looking at class sizes. We'll continue to keep the same agreed upon ratios that are agreed upon in meet and confer. And then lastly here, student programs and extracurriculars will continue. So in terms of safety and facilities, that's something that the team has already started looking at. So looking at the safety protocols, comparing our current safety protocols to what exists on the Fillmore property. What do we need to add? What might need to be, a project that we have before we move on to campus? The team has already started reviewing those and getting those into place before we move on campus. We also looked at ADA accessibility, and that was looking at elevators, ramps, pathways. And so those are all intact and up to date on the Fillmore property. And then we're also taking a look at transportation routes and traffic plans. So when the buses come in, which way do they come in? Where are we going to do pickup and drop off? Again, to get ahead of some of the concerns that families had about what pickup and drop off will look like. And then we also have plans to continue after school program and the same family engagement and volunteer activities that we currently have on site.
To add a little bit back to those frequently asked questions, we've completed a lot of the homework to ensure that maintaining our CTDS or our identification number, Fatah Hadada, stays the same. That allows us to keep some of our federal grants intact, our 21st Century Learning Opportunity, which provides us after-school programming. So we have made sure that we're able to do those and would have the runway to make sure that those transitions happen so that we are prepared should we make the move to go for 26, 27, that we're ready for that. These next couple of slides, we did take a tour with staff and families on Tuesday afternoon over to the property. And it really, it was heartwarming. The children were so excited. We started the tour at the front office. Families could ride the bus over from Hadeta if they wanted to, and some met us there. And we started on the playground, and kids were so excited to get outside and see the property. It is grand. It is a large facility, and they were in love with it. And as kids were getting on the bus to leave, they said to the bus driver, "Can you just take us back? We want to go back." They really liked it. So these are just some images. If you haven't been on property, you can see the front parking lot, the covered older children's play area is the second photo on top. And then again, you've got another view of the front office, which is the bus unloading zone right now. You've got the cement play fields on lower left, the outdoor eating space outside of the cafeteria in the middle. The design of the campus is such that there's a central courtyard, and so you enter through a separate administrative building and then into the courtyard, and then you kind of branch off into academic spaces or into the performing arts spaces. The campus is designed beautifully that if there is a performance in an auditorium or in the high school sized gym where you can sort of cordon off half of the campus. And so it really helps with security where you have a specific location of going over to the auditorium and not having to access the rest of campus. If you would go back real quick, the last one at the bottom right-hand corner just shows us a view from the parking lot of all of the incredible higher education learning opportunities that are just immediately across the street. You've got both U of A and ASU across the street, and so it really is in the heart of the biomedical core. Thank you, Nicole. And then if you look at these images, you can just see some of the classroom spaces, what those spaces look like. You will see what they call the atrium, which is the stairway. The building is actually, it's just a mirror image of each other on both sides of what we would call the atrium or the stairs. It is a 2-story building. There is classroom space both downstairs and upstairs. The plan for moving Hadeta would be to inhabit the bottom level. When we toured, families had tons of very appropriate questions about how are we going to keep children off the steps? How do we let them know that we're staying downstairs? How do we keep anyone who's upstairs from coming down? As Ms. Nicole mentioned, do the elevators work if someone did need to access? So they had wonderful questions when we visited the facility. Lower left, you can just see some of the hallways. One of the other really nice points about the Fillmore campus is the fact that there are multiple points of entry and exit. You can really be super thoughtful with where certain grade levels enter or exit the building, or if bus riders enter here and walkers dismiss here. There are multiple places where it is safely set up for buses to arrive, parents to arrive, and students to dismiss. In the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the media center. The media center there is huge. I don't know what other word to use besides that. It is an enormous facility, and it actually has, I believe, 4 office spaces along the back wall, and also has exit points to the parking lot. So it's a fabulous media center. These photos, you can see the gym and the cafeteria. Upper left is the salad bar and the line for students to access the cafeteria. The gym is fabulous. It has the capability of 4 courts. There are bleachers, which in this photo are pushed up against the wall. On the wall to the right, it's actually a mezzanine level. So there's a bottom level of bleachers, and then you can access a top level of seating as well, which allows for true competitive sports. And our plan is for all of our competitive athletic leagues to participate at this gym. It is fabulous. Bottom corner is the kitchen. The current tenant has made some improvements. They've added some equipment that They may not have the ability to take with them, so we may have the opportunity to look at purchase of some of those items should we need them. And then the last photo on there is of the another photo of the gym. And then we have our signature fine art spaces. Upper left-hand corner is the auditorium. Both of the photos on the top are of the auditorium, one looking from the entrance point at the top and the right-hand photo looking from the stage up at the seating. We believe it seats between 650 and 700. It's a fabulous formal performing arts space that would be wonderful for our students and would also be a really beautiful revenue generating opportunity for the district. It is a sought after performing arts space. Bottom left, you can see the dance studios, beautiful wood floors and mirrors along there that give students a really professional place to practice their art. And then the other purposeful design at Fillmore is that the band and choral classrooms instruction areas are actually tiered. They were instructed for purposes of fine arts instruction. So no portable risers needed. That's already there, constructed in the building. So as Nicole mentioned, over the past few weeks, Cabinet was happy to host 3 opportunities for staff and families to hear directly from Dr. Gonzalez about the possibility of a move to Fillmore. The question and answer sessions of these gatherings provided us really rich insight into the concerns and questions staff and families have regarding the possibility of a move. As Nicole mentioned, staff was overwhelmingly in support of moving after this school year and beginning 26-27 school year at the Fillmore property, as were families and caregivers and students. As I mentioned this week, approximately 50 caregivers, students, and staff attended a site tour at Fillmore. Families love the campus and were really wowed by the facilities. And like I mentioned, students were so excited at the possibility of attending at this really grand location that is built specifically for their signature program of fine and performing arts. And we're going to close here and allow some time for questions and discussion.
Thank you for the presentation. The question for me, I think there will be more to come about this, but can you give a sense, before we talk about anything of the broader facility conversation, of the relative condition, kind of ages of these properties? I know that was at least one expressed community concern. Multiple people have questioned the kind of like trade out opportunity here, like Herrera, the condition it's in, some of the issues it's had, why we've spent money there over the last 5, 6, 7 years, and then the relative condition of the Fillmore property.
Yeah, absolutely, Board Member Graham. I can definitely speak on behalf of that. So when we're talking about the conditions of Herrera versus our Fillmore property, Herrera was built about 15 years before the Fillmore property was built. The condition Herrera in is it was built subterranean. So we're dealing with a lot of drainage issues. We're dealing with a lot of flooding. The operations to maintain Herrera are probably one of the top 3 highest cost within the district. With the Fillmore property, we're dealing more with an upgraded facility, ADA compliance. With the Herrera property, it was built before the ADA compliance in the 80s. That was a lawsuit, so that's something that Herrera is exposed to. That with the HVAC upgrades, we just did an upgrade with our HVAC a couple years ago at the Fillmore property. The cost to run and maintain Herrera is not beneficial to the district at this time compared to the operational cost at the Fillmore property. The Fillmore property does have some attention that we need to address, and mostly it's going to be the roofing. The roofing at Fillmore property does need to be sealed compared to Herrera, where we're dealing with ongoing issues with the drainage, with the flooding, that those costs do take a hit on the district and on our budget. So from a operations and a facilities, Fillmore property is in much better condition than Herrera is.
If I may, there is one safety upgrade that would be needed. The front office does not meet our current safety standards, and so we would need to do a summer project to make sure that we had front office and public accessibility at our safety standards. And that was a big question to families when they visited the campus. They wanted to be assured that that could be completed before students were there. And we feel positive that we absolutely can get that construction done and have that done before students would be moving in.
Okay, and then I'll try to keep this brief. So this will, I think, be my last one. I will say I've had the opportunity to now walk the property and tried to take some thoughtful time to do so. I've been very impressed actually with the condition of the property, and for whatever that's worth, I feel pretty comfortable in that regard. And I will say it's objectively a superior sort of arts and music programming space. I think people will be very impressed if they had the opportunity to see that. With that in mind, with the programming moving from Herrera, I think there's a lot that's very interesting about the opportunity to kind of expand and push that into a superior space. But if Herrera day one does not need the entire space, without understanding that this is kind of a work in progress, but can you summarize the types of things that the district is looking at for the rest of the occupiable classroom, sort of like academic space of the buildings themselves, for whether it's next year or in the years to come?
Yeah, excuse me for interrupting. Absolutely. As we mentioned, it is a two-floor. It's a two-level building. And another one of the beauties when it was constructed is, like I said, there are multiple entrance and exit points. There is a stairwell directly off of the front parking lot that is not accessible to any of the rest of the building that leads upstairs. So when we talk about accessibility to the bottom level, which is where we would have Herrera occupy, we would have a way for any other tenants or lessees to access the building from an exterior staircase without entering the rest of the educational facility. That question also came up with families and caregivers when we were there, is if anybody else rents space, how do we make sure they're fingerprinted? Are they on a school site? All of those kinds of questions. So that definitely came up. There is more than enough room on the bottom level of the Fillmore property for Herrera to move in, get settled, and still have space available for our ESS programs. So we've already looked at that programming, how many homerooms there are, how many special area teachers, plenty of office space, plenty of classrooms there. Opportunities for the rest of the building, as it sits right now upstairs, we do have a few. I say this every meeting, but it's amazing to me the folks that are reaching out that are looking for space to lease that are either education adjacent or who are direct beneficiary, would be direct benefits to the district. There are folks that are looking to give up their brick and mortar facilities and look to a lease opportunity just for a cost operations savings. And so we will pursue that more when we have a better timeline. We want to make sure we take care of our students first. They need to get in. They need to see what space they need. We need to make sure what improvements need to be made. We want it to be bright and shiny and perfect for them to get there. And then we'll thoughtfully go down that road later. But there is plenty of footprint for us to revenue generate on that top level. The other piece, if I may, the opportunity for us to revenue generate with the auditorium and the gym, those renting those spaces and having those facility usage, those funds go back into programs for our kids. And getting back in the building and having a regular custodial crew and a regular, school staff that's there to maintain those and provide those opportunities will be huge for us in the revenue generating field. And we are currently looking at reviewing our facility usage fees to make sure that they're competitive for us. And those will be coming to the board in the coming months for you to review what those prices for community usage or community rental of those facilities would be.
I appreciate it. Just, my parting comment on this, understanding we're not taking any action tonight, is just to say that in general, my instinct on something like this, in light of my concerns, some of the community concerns, would be to go slower than faster. But given the strong desire that's been expressed by a really big preponderance of the faculty, the students, the families, I think there is some chance that this will go sooner than later. So I want to make the commitment that for community members, anyone watching or watch this later, please, I am happy to sit down and talk about it, like hear your concerns. I also will be bringing some more topic for conversation around facilities. Generally, we can do a better job of, I think, articulating the vision, what we're doing with our properties today. But I think a lot of good work has been done on this opportunity in the short term. So thank you.
Thank you. That also opens up really great. We are still accepting community feedback, community relations. No, that's fine. Community relations at phxschools.org. We're monitoring multiple inboxes. There was also email addresses and phone numbers. If anyone has feedback that they would like to share with us, we welcome that. And we are also gathering student feedback, as Nicole mentioned. So we're happy to report those back in a board update so you know when we have a little bit more specific feedback from kiddos.
Any other questions?
I think I have just one. I want to follow up on one point. So with the departing property, and the idea of keeping it to lease it out, with the issues that are there, would that present a problem with potentially leasing it?
It could. One of the beautiful pieces about the Hedera property is the PAC being separate from the academic building. Just for clarity, the academic building at Hedera was built in 1986 and the Prep Academy was built in 1992. I do want to be perfectly transparent with the years of builds. And the PAC, now I'm blanking out, I believe was 2006. Thank you. Get by with some help from my friends. So the leasing opportunity of the PAC, we've already had community members reach out to us and say, hey, if there is anything in the plan of vacating Hedera or the Performing Arts Center, please give us a call because we would be interested in leasing. So I can't speak to the academic, what I call the academic building or the older building specifically. Yes, there could be some issues there. I feel very strongly that the PAC is 100% ready to go as is today as a leasing opportunity.
Other questions? Okay, then that's going to move us on to action item G1, governance information. This section of the agenda is dedicated to monitor student outcomes and guardrails. That brings us to G2, receive and discuss and consider approval of the monitoring reports and board goals. I know we went through them already. We just have to approve them, right?
That is correct, Madam President.
Awesome. So I move that we approve the monitoring reports and the board goals 1 and 4. Can I get a second?
A second.
Board Member Trujillo,
Board Member Trujillo had to hang up, so she's gone. I noted the time.
Board Member Graham,
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
President Ovalle,
Yes. All right, and it passes. That moves us to action item G4. Receive and discuss and take possible action on the presentation of the math curriculum. Dr. Gonzalez?
Madam President, do you mind if we go back to G3, the superintendent guardrail?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Let's go to G3 and consider approval on the monitoring report for the superintendent guardrails 1.
I promise I'll go quickly.
Thank you.
So this is my superintendent guardrail number 1 and the interim monitoring that we are doing. This guardrail states that the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without reciprocal and effective communication between board, district, employees, and community stakeholders. And so here you can see the different interim guardrails that we are measuring. Rather than read through all of those, I'll take you step by step through each one. So if we look at guardrail 1.1, This is specifically structured around making sure that there are more open opportunities to hear from a larger constituent group. And so this is being measured through monthly meetings, reports, and expanded audiences with different communities within the district. So on the next page, we've compiled a table of some of the different groups that we've been meeting with. And on this, you can see business and community luncheons. We've had 2 so far this year with more than 80 participants. Some of the input that we had from this was the appreciation of the innovation that the district is bringing forward as we're talking about different student programming. A pleasure to see that the student outcomes are improving and that there's a greater sense of fiscal responsibility, and that we have willing partners who are supporting our initiatives and stepping up to help provide things that we can't do. A perfect example of this was when the SNAP benefits were frozen. Many of our partners stepped in to make sure that we had donations that would allow for us to cover the cost of families to eat when we did the meal program, the meal feeding program. And then the other was the Night of Inspiration, having an opportunity to celebrate our staff and giving them some kind of recognition for being outstanding at what they do. And that is supported fully by our partners. Employee groups, we've met with more than 80 employees. That includes our Meet and Confer group, but it also includes programs that are supporting career development. We are really looking at ways that we can better support our employee groups so that they can have opportunities to grow and stay in our district, and being able to meet higher and better paying opportunities. We've also seen high retention and satisfaction with our onboarding and ongoing support for staff as we go through this process, and more support for classroom teachers with planning and resources is a constant refrain that we hear from our employee groups. With our students, we have met with over 60 students, developing the framework for belonging that our superintendent student advisory team has been mentioning, understanding student groups' concerns for school safety, more enrichment for them, and more field trips and more social supports. Through our community roundtables, these are held specifically at school sites or in community centers close to schools. Those are held around the district. We've had over 100 participants in those. The feedback or the outcomes from that is really understanding the perception of safety, particularly for middle schools and in the community. More engaging hands-on learning is a outcome that they're looking for, as well as focus on arts, sports, and mental health supports. We also meet regularly with the Phoenix Economic Development Office and the Phoenix Community Alliance. Those partnerships have helped to provide support for the ANOP project, the Fillmore property development, connecting with City Council and City of Phoenix departments to help accomplish needed district projects with the safe routes to school. And then our family groups, meeting specifically with PTOs and cafecitos on each of the schools. Again, something that you keep seeing that's coming up in these meetings is the school safety. There is a desire for more SROs or SSO, school security officers, and enrichments for students, more field trips, social supports and students and for families, and a worry with the loss of federal subsidies that they depend on. Those are constant sorts of themes that we hear in those meetings. So for guardrail, interim guardrail 1.1, these face-to-face interactions in scheduled meetings are providing opportunities to share updates on the district initiatives, on student progress, and on the vision, listening to the perspectives of those who are attending to understand what do you look for in a good school, what do our schools and districts need to do to keep you involved, and what questions or ideas would you like to see the district pursue. And then we enlist community supporters to help improve school programming and help to advocate for our schools. So when we look at interim guardrail 1.2, this is increasing accessible communications to targeted specific audiences rather than sending the same message to everyone. How do we get more strategic in pointing out different ways to get information that is specific to your needs? And here, I want to give credit to our communications team who's done a really remarkable job of creating these differentiated views. So when you look at the beginning of the year, the number on the next slide, thank you, Randy. With the number that is not bolded is the number that we shared at the beginning of the year as our baseline. So for school year 24-25, we had 32,000 video views to date. Well, actually, and this was prepared a few weeks ago. So as of 2 weeks ago, we had 168,515 video views. We've sent 6 governing board recaps this year so far. Web page views in 24-25, we had 597,000. So far this year, we're at 311,000. The website translation requests, that was newly added, and we've had almost 1,000 requests for translations on our website. Phoenix #1 in the news. We weren't in the news as often this year as we were last year. I'm not going to lie, that's okay with me. Social media engagement, though, is up 37,364 to we're now at 53,723. And here's another one that I think is really important for us. We're already 115,824 mailers this year. Some of the things that you see in looking at that information, those are helping to get word out about things like kindergarten for a day, coming to the community meetings, all of the different things that we're doing to elicit families and community coming to and us going to them to find out what it is that they want to see in their schools. Guardrail 1.3 is the regular communication to our district staff and families through print and digital media, as well as doing an impact analysis of what we're finding there. So this year we added more parents on Class Dojo. And again, this is hats off to our communications team, but also to our school sites who really help to manage all of this. So already this year, we have 91% of students with a guardian connected with over 4,000 Class Dojo accounts. Emails and texts are being sent to district, to families from district office. Last year, we had 133,000. We now have 92,000. So we're on pace to more than double that. Staff mailers, we've done 2 staff mailers and all staff mail from district office. We now have 13 that have gone out trying to help to communicate to all staff the information that we want to share. So that is an update on the different efforts we've been putting into getting our communication out, making sure that we do have that reciprocal communication.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Does anybody have any questions? No? All right. I move we adopt the monitoring report for Superintendent Guardrail #1. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Graham,
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
President Ovalle.
Yes. With that, it passes. That moves us on to action item G4, receive, discuss, and take possible action on the presentation of math curriculum adoption. Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes, for this presentation, we will have Drs. Galetti and Aylshire presenting, and and Susan Brown, our STEM specialist, will also be presenting. She just stepped away for just a moment.
All right. Good evening again, President Ovalle, to our governing board, to my colleagues on cabinet, to our still remaining audience members and those online. It's my honor and privilege actually for this one. This is a really huge milestone for a lot of different members of our team, a lot of different departments. And so we're coming to you this evening to present a little bit of the incredible work that's occurred over the past 10 months to adopt a new math curriculum for our district that we hope to that you'll approve and we'll move forward with for next year. So with that being said, the presentation this evening will, in a lot of ways, go over many of these mileposts. What I really want to emphasize on these mileposts is just what a thorough process we have developed over the course of the several years in our curriculum adoption process. As you'll see here, this is a 10-month time frame going from our initial development of the math review criteria to this evening here before you right now. So this is not something ultimately our team takes lightly. It's not something that we rush into. It is an extraordinarily well-developed, well-vetted process, and again, done largely over the past couple of years due to our experiences with several curriculum adoptions and led by our curriculum instruction team and with Dr. Galletti. So let me speak real quickly about the work that has been done behind the scenes that lead us to this evening and the work that we are presenting to you this evening. We've had 5 public meetings for beginning in April. We've had 23 different committee members represented. That included, and these are the individuals that helped make the ultimate decision of the curriculum that we are bringing to you this evening, including K-8 teachers, and that's general education. We made a real concerted attempt to make sure we also included our colleagues in special education, gifted education, and Montessori as well. School leaders, principals, IEISs, master teachers and coaches, as well as those of us at the district, CIA leaders in math, language acquisition, and assessment. So additional engagement and people that we really need to give a shout out to is our Exceptional Student Services Division, our Language Acquisition Division, MIS, our Business Services Partners, Assessment and Accountability, Curriculum and Instruction. All of these various departments all have their fingerprints all over this process to ensure that we really are identifying the curriculum that we believe is going to be maximum benefit to both our teachers and most importantly to our students. Ultimately, the work that these committees did laid on these 6 different criteria that we assessed all of the curriculum that was given or that answered our call for proposals. They fall into these 6 categories of how well does the curriculum align to our current state standards? How well does the curriculum that we're looking at actually align to the best mathematical practices? Number 3, how well does the curriculum provide access to all of our learners? And again, this includes our students in the Exceptional Student Services Division, as well as our emerging bilingual learners. How well does the curriculum, do the teachers rate the curriculum being usable by them and how well they feel like they can interact and implement the curriculum? What instructional supports are there within the curriculum for the teachers to have access to? And what are the best practices within the curriculum for assessment? So overall, once we began this process, it began with 11 proposals that came in through our submissions request. Of those proposals, 2 of them were only for K-5, 1 was supported for 6-8 only. The resources were then evaluated within each grade level band. So we looked at the K-5 curriculums and then the 6-8 and also overall curriculums that had a 6-8 component to them. Each resource was reviewed at minimum by 2 different subcommittees. So at least 2 different subcommittees looked at each one of these curriculums and provide ratings to them. Committee subgroups then evaluated all both print and digital. We are in 2026. I had to think about that one. And so everything that we have has a digital component footprint to it. Again, why we want to make sure our MIS team was as well as put it, that making sure that we could incorporate those into our current frameworks. Scoring discrepancy, I'm not gonna worry about that one. And then 2 finalists were ultimately selected for K-8 instruction and learning, and then both of the top 2 resources for across K-8. I'm gonna turn it over now to Dr. Galletti, who's gonna talk a little bit more about the other processes that we had to ensure that we had community feedback, as well as what the overall ratings were. And then Ms. Brown will talk to us a little bit about sort of what the overall feedback was on the benefits of this particular curriculum.
Thank you. So So once we have the criteria developed, the committee that came together to develop that, and we actually have a committee member in the audience today as well. It was a intensive process. They came over several days, possibly weeks, I know, and to engage in that work. It was quite a deep process, and that happened before we went to this public review piece. And so the public review was a 60-day public review. I do want to do a shout out right now also to our marketing, communications, and public relations department, because they were very instrumental in helping to support this part of the process and getting the word out, helping with the website, ensuring that videos were posted, that our public meeting notices were posted, and all of those pieces. But it was a 60-day public review, and it began September 19th, went through December 19th. And part of that process was providing both digital access and physical access to everyone, and that includes anyone in the community, all of our families, all of our teachers, our leaders, et cetera. So we had materials that were throughout the district, and we had those strategically located throughout the district, but they could also access all of those materials online as well. So you can see on this slide the different physical locations that we had the materials and where those were located. Many of our schools house those in the family engagement rooms, the family rooms. Some of them were in the front lobbies. It kind of depended on where the best access occurred, where they positioned those. And so, and when they had that, they also had a QR code that they could go right on their phone, whether in English or Spanish, to provide the feedback in those resources. On our website, we had digital access as well. So the demo accounts, so they were given a generic account that they could like log in and see the materials and kind of just explore and navigate that way. We also had asked each of the vendors to provide us with videos so that would help to support that process as anyone was looking at those materials. We, in addition, had 2 opportunities from each vendor that were presented. One was focused with more of a family community audience in mind, and the other was with more of an educator audience in mind. Both of those, however, were open and available for anyone to attend. We had them broadcast both virtually, so people could attend virtually, or they could be here in person and had the opportunity to ask questions. And if they were in person, they could also explore the materials in person as well, because they were also housed in our lobby out here in the governing board lobby. At the end of that process, we compiled the feedback, and we actually had the highest level of engagement of the recent adoptions that we have been engaged in. I attribute that in large part to our committee members and to the engagement that they had. We always tell our committee members when they come together that they are now ambassadors. So spread the word, help us get the word out. Our leaders at our school sites also were very instrumental. Our family, our FACES, our family and community engagement specialists were also very supportive of helping to get the word out, in addition to, of course, our website and the work that our marketing communications team did. The score point was out of a 2, so it went from a 0 to a 2-point scale. And so you can see kind of where those averages fell in each of those areas that Dr. Ailshire had mentioned. And in all of those areas, compared when the 2 were compared, Savvis and Vision plus Math was outscoring in all of those areas. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over. Well, hold on a minute. Yes, I'm going to turn it over to Susan Brown. She is our math coach, district math coach and specialist for our district, our STEM specialist, and she will take you through some of the features of this program so that you have a little bit more of an idea of what the benefits are for teachers and for students and families as well. Hi, good evening. I get to talk about the fun stuff. So we want to start with what are some of the benefits of this resource for our teachers. I want to highlight the importance of using the real world connections to really engage our students. And so for our teachers, they'll be thrilled that at the beginning of every topic, there's something called a math walk. So 1 to 2 minute video where students will engage in a math in a real life scenario. For example, in a 7th grade lesson, they're working on percents and they will go on a math walk to a department store and they'll look at different items that they could purchase that are discounted with different colored dots for what percent that they're going to be discounted. It really gets that student input, hook, and buy-in so that the teachers really can launch that topic of study with some excitement from the students. The structured design for this resource has let's investigate, let's build, and let's model in 3 acts. It really gives a clear roadmap for the teachers. Each lesson is designed in a way that's going to build the conceptual knowledge for the students. Let's Investigate is really project problem-based learning where students get to dive in with different strategies, work out those problems. The teacher connects that work in a series of ways where discussions can happen in the classroom. Let's Build lessons really bring in a more enhanced direct instruction approach that really solidifies the learning that happened in Let's Investigate. And really, I think the one the teachers will love the most is Let's Model in 3 acts, where students are presented a real life math problem in a video format. They then get to come up with the question that they're going to answer. They get to figure out the information they need, and then the video presents that information to them in that engaging format, and then they get to solve it. And then at the end, the last act is a big reveal for the solution. Something that our teachers are really desiring is to be able to meet the needs of all of our learners. And we know that there's a lot of learning loss still occurring with our students. And so in order for our students to be successful with grade level material, they really need to have some of those gaps filled. And the nice thing about this resource, it has topic prep, which is powered by SuccessMaker, and teachers can assign out that digital practice that supports students filling in those learning gaps prior to starting the content. So it takes a little bit off of the teacher and gets them ready for that topic. Something that was really nice to be able to support the needs of all of our learners during small group instruction, which is a push for our district, is board games. It's a great way for students to engage in the math concepts. This resource has pre-made and pre-built board games that students will use throughout the year, but different topics of math are used throughout those board games. So I think they're really going to enjoy that feature. Another feature that they will enjoy, not only will we have hands-on physical manipulatives for the students to use, but through brain camping, those teachers can also have those digital manipulatives to project on their interactive boards. And then Desmos is a feature for our middle grade teachers that they love and already use outside on a website, but now it's built into this resource, and that's the graphing calculator type of components. I think one thing that the teachers are going to love, and a lot of our teachers that are here and those that are watching at home have said they really want more practice for the students to be able to engage into the math. And so through the AI tool, which is closed AI built within Savvis Studio, teachers can click on the standard that they want extra practice for and maybe give it a theme, like it's the Olympics right now. Well, my students are excited about the Olympics and we're working on fractions. And now within that AI generated practice, it's going to give it to the teachers really fast, all ready to go, and it's all pulling from the resource. It's not pulling from anywhere outside of the resource. So we know that it's vetted questions and stuff that is aligned to the standards. It's going to make for some really fun extra practice for the students, and I think the teachers will really enjoy that piece. And also it can generate lesson plans, which who doesn't love getting a lesson plan made really fast? For our students, I think the biggest thing is our students want to see themselves as mathematicians and how the math that they're learning in the classroom really does apply every day in the real world. And this resource does an excellent job of preparing students with all kinds of real world scenarios and tasks that really let them see themselves as mathematicians and how they're going to use this math every single day outside of the classroom. They're going to learn by doing those hands-on investigations. They're going to be able to use those digital tools. they're going to get the practice they need to support where their learning gaps might be, which then is going to build those students to be confident mathematicians moving forward. So I think our students will really enjoy, the print version is very colorful and engaging, and the digital piece is really nice too. So I think the students are going to enjoy this portion of our new resource. For our families, I'd like to start with a little bit of a scenario. My daughter's in 7th grade, and last night at my house, she was asking to get some support with simplifying expressions. I'm a math person, so I can help her with that. Once I got done, my husband turned to me and said, "Well, I don't understand anything that you guys just did." And it made me think, wow, for families, and especially for those that maybe it's been a while since you've been in a middle school math classroom or a kindergarten classroom, etc., how do you understand the math your students are doing when they come home and they need that extra help? So this resource has a QR code on the student materials that go home for practice. It brings up short little videos, animations in multiple languages. So now our families can support their learners at home, but better yet, our older students who all have, technology devices nowadays, they can scan that QR code and get that extra help as if the teacher was there with them. I do think that's going to be a game changer for our families to really help that engagement piece of it. In addition, like I said, it's available in multiple languages. I think another thing that's really going to make it fun for the families, you want to know how you can help your students learn math at home while you're at the grocery store. Well, this resource gives lots of simple, fun ways that you can support your learner at home, things that you might not think of doing with your child at home. So I think this resource in general has a benefit to our teachers, to our students, and to our families. And so next steps for us, should an adoption occur, would be really preparing our teachers for using this curriculum, but we would want to do that in a couple of ways. So part of the plan would be to include two years of support from the company to really make sure that we are providing the level of depth of understanding of how to use all of the different components that the program offers so that we can leverage that to really support and enhance what we are providing for our students. But concurrently, we also would be engaging obviously Susan as our district math coach and expert, along with our teacher leaders in math and our coaches as well, to provide ongoing support with professional learning in math around content, around pedagogy and best practices, and how to support the instructional pieces of math. So we would want to make sure that we're understanding the resource, but we also want to make sure that that's not all that we're doing, that we really are developing a deep understanding of how to teach math really effectively to our students and utilize those resources appropriately in the best ways that they can. So that would be our goal, or to really to have that sustained effective math instruction for all of our students. And so the green side of that would go far beyond the 2 years. We would really look at developing our capacity with the resource, and typically that happens within the first couple of years. And that's really what we would be focusing on. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Hillshire.
So again, this is an incredible labor of love on behalf of our teachers that have been a part of the process, and our leaders of the entire department that is here. And we are thrilled of the next steps pending your approval. So without any further ado, if there are any questions, we'd be happy to entertain them.
All right, no questions. I move we adopt the Savas learning materials. Can I get a second?
Second.
Board Member Graham,
I just want to say thank you guys for all the thoughtful work, and yes.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
President Ovalle.
Yes, and with that, the motion passes. Thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you. And I didn't want to say this before the vote because I didn't want to appear as if I was sucking up, but I've been doing this work for many, many years. And I want to say thank you to Vice President Edmiston. I have never seen a board member attend a curriculum educational event deep into the evening. It was something that she did, and it is deeply appreciated.
All right. That moves us on to action item G5, request approval of issuing contracts, work agreements, notice of appointments for 2026-2027 school year. Dr. Gonzalez?
Dr. Bowman will be leading this part of the agenda.
Board members, I'm just going to keep it short. Annually, we have all of our contracts, notice of appointments, and work agreements reviewed and recommended to us by our legal counsel. They look at the new statutes that are put into place through the legislative session to ensure that our work agreements, contracts, and notice of appointments are in compliance. This year, there's very minimal changes. The biggest change is probably just changing the school year. And it annually comes to the school board for approval before we're allowed to publish the contracts or issue them. Our anticipated issuance is the week of March 16th. That also has, I hear a whistle. Anyway, that changed this last year where we weren't allowed to administer or issue contracts or work agreements before March 15th. And that's how it is now for all districts in the state. So that's why that first week back, we're going to issue contracts pending governing board approval. We're in full support of the recommended changes from our legal counsel, and I'd like to recommend that the governing board approve the contracts as presented and work agreements.
Awesome. Do we have any questions up here? Okay. All right. I move that we accept the request of approval of issuing contracts and work agreements, notice of appointments for the 2026-27 school year. Can I get a second?
I second the motion.
Board Member Graham?
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston?
Yes.
President Ovalle?
Yes. With that, it passes. And that moves us on to G6, receive and discuss and take possible action on the revised ASBA advisory policy recommendations as a third reading, policy advisories 876 through 905.
Madam President, this is the third reading of this series of policies. And so at this point, the changes that you've had reflect changes made by Board Member Vice President Edmiston, Board Member Trujillo, and the recommendations that came from ASBA and staff. So if there are no further changes, you can make a motion to accept these.
Any questions? So we're good. All right, I move that we accept the policies and recommendations by staff and ASBA. Can I get a second?
Second.
Board Member Graham?
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston?
Yes.
President Ovalle?
Yes, and with that, it passes. And then that brings us up to H. H1, future agenda items request.
Excuse me.
Oh.
We moved item 11 from consent agenda to become item 7 in our action items. And so we need you to please request approval of the Phoenix Elementary Classroom Teacher Association Education Support Professionals Association Meet and Confer Agreement for July 2026 and June 30, 2027. This is the topic that we discussed in executive session.
Okay, then I move that we approve the Phoenix Elementary Classroom Teacher Association and the Education Support Professional Association Meet and Confer Agreement for July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. Can I get a second?
Second.
Board Member Graham?
Yes.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
President Ovalle.
Yes, and with that, the motion passes. And now we can go to H1, future agenda items. Does anybody have anything that they want to add to a future agenda item? All right, now.
Yeah, I think just kind of the larger strategic plan with the various properties, you know, over, let's say, the next 10 years, so that we have the larger map.
That's awesome. Thank you. Anything else? That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. And then our final item is I1, adjournment, and this is it, y'all. So we get to say goodbye at 9:27. I move that we adjourn. Can I get a second?
Second.
Board Member Graham.
Yep.
Vice President Edmiston,
Yes.
President Ovalle.
Yes, and with that, it moves. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, for everybody in person. Our next meeting is scheduled for March 19, 2026 at 5 p.m. I look forward to seeing everybody. Thank you and good night.